Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes,
Or at least it should be, correct?
it's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant? Correct?
Correct.
But, Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did,
Somebody else took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items. no.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, a Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of plastic
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak to a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was They couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches. They could do all that but not conduct interviews.
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found? That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believed at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It is important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area,
Okay, what does area mean?
it's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we can do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. It's the,
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Is that yes?
that's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to
correct.
the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object? Like, for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question. Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you recover these items, or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer that.
With the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for a second.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just the portion on the right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier. Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct?
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you. Is it?
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never booked into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
We can take that down, Mr. Bates. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on the back, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint for the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items for those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Miss Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Miss Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time?
Okay.
Bates, if you can pull that up, and then I'm going to ask you to pause it and get out of the way. Okay? Okay, can you just play that for a quick second, and then I'll ask you to pause it. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed, and when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Can we go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
I'm going to try to situate myself where I'm out of the way. If we can have the lights dimmed, Your Honor.
Sure.
You. Okay, go ahead and enlarge the rear area of the traverse. And I'm going to ask you to pay special attention to that wheel and any movement that you may or may not see. Okay, pause it. Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead. We can have the lights on. And you can take that down. Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world. Were you able to see that video okay?
Yes, I
What did you
did.
notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
What would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two, where you slip. You remember that one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping, I might have happened.
Fair enough. I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's Exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton, Canton PD, to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video,
Okay.
but it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of a video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect a video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year, meaning just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No,
When had you seen that video previously?
a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
You are unmuted.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed? Generally.
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was, that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before,
Yes,
and that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
that is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video, all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said, never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle, and I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation? Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Mr. Bates, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120. Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05. Court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Okay. Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go ahead and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle.
Okay.
We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed it. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
Back that up. That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking. Stop. A little bit further back. And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
Not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of where the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that, in the video to the left, to the rear of the car is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
Stop. Let's go ahead and play at this point. Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Buchnick, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspective that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lau, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted,
Did
correct?
not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person with the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is, yeah.
Sort of like this. Pause it. I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person near in real life, near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
as I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
His head's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. See if you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. We back it up in maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the screen, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds p.m.? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. That's why I had to walk up to it. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. It did appear as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
The timestamp jumped to 5:38:01. Correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted, or it's missing, not deleted, but just missing.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
If you take a close look at there's a classic police car in that Sally Port, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there, yes, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, see the word police?
Yes, I believe I can read that, yes.
And it's backward, correct?
It is mirrored, correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way, yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42. Not another 20 seconds, Mr. Reed. There you go. Can we just play it at this point? No. Okay, when you pause it. Pause it. You see the Sallyport garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
I do.
Is that correct?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? How do you make it 4?
No, the number's in the mirror image, yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards, it's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning, you still see your own face. It's not backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Jack.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, thank you. I don't think I need to. I would like to mark I have we can bring the lights up.
Wait.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
Okay. Does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach and I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning.
It's,
It's marked for identification.
if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to sidebar. It's marked for identification, right, Mr. Jackson?
You are You are unmuted.
Janet, we're gonna have you come back on Monday. All right, so we'll just wait. Jurors, I know that you want to know when this case is gonna end, and I don't mean that in any negative way. After speaking with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June. We'll know better next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. We will go full days, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. All right, I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
All rise for the jury, please, jurors.
You are muted.
No folks follow me.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
All right, so I received a motion from the Commonwealth this morning that I have not had an opportunity to read yet. It's on my desk. I'd like to go spend a few minutes looking at that and come back out at 12 o'clock on that.
In order for us to argue it?
Yes. Do you need,
I didn't look at it either.
okay,
You've been busy.
all right.
Could we do it on Monday?
I want to get as much evidence in as we can each day. We can do it at 8:30 Monday morning, I think. Madam Court Reporter, can we do it at 8:30? Yeah, Jim?
Absolutely fine with us. Not that it matters. We love that.
Can we do it at 8:30 Monday morning?
If that's what the court wants, yes.
Yeah, we'll have a hearing on it at 8:30 Monday. Are you around tomorrow? Are you around tomorrow?
Oh, am I? Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
If I had a preference, I would say Monday.
All right, we'll do Monday morning at 8:30.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Monday, 8:30.
Okay, great.
And if you want to put something in writing, just email it to us this weekend.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll see you then.
All rise for the court, please.
That it's not 10:58 at night.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a lot more to the video here, but I kind of want you just to tell us, when you got out there after finding, when you found the remains, did they appear to be human remains to you?
Yes.
And what was obvious about that to you?
It just stood out. You see fake Halloween decoration, skeletons, but these did not look plasticky or altered or anything like that. The first thing that came to mind was they were human.
Okay. In that instance, when this happened, what did you guys do? You and your supervisor was there, and it appears there was one other officer there. What did you guys do at that point when you found these?
So we knew that obviously it was a crime scene, so we were going to go cordon off the area with crime scene tape. I believe that's what the other officer was doing, walking back to his car to get some tape, and that's why I had mentioned to my other officer I have some tape in my back of the car too to cordon off the area. We stayed to make sure that Mr. Gilbert, who was still there, wouldn't. We stayed to preserve the crime scene at that point.
Sure. And of course, why is that important? Explain to the jury why you do that.
Well, evidence tampering.
Right. Don't want anybody to either intentionally or inadvertently mess up a crime scene.
Yes.
The crime scene tape, do you use that to affect that purpose, to make sure that nobody crosses it and accidentally or purposely does anything to it?
Yes.
Once you found these remains, did y'all end up putting up crime scene tape around the area?
Yes.
And how long were you out there on scene that evening, if you know?
I don't recall. I know we weren't out there more than like an hour because it was a shift change. We got relief from the nighttime officers to relieve us.
Okay. When did your shift switch over?
I believe it was
6 p.m.
6:30, I think.
Or 6:30. Okay. So this was shortly before the end of your shift.
Yes.
All right. And then after by the time you left, had anybody else shown up?
Yes.
And who was that had shown up by the time you left?
Just other nighttime precinct officers. I don't remember their names.
Okay. Was the homicide unit notified?
Based on protocol, I'm sure they were. Again, I wasn't there when they did it.
Understood. After you left the scene that night, on that day, February 6th, was that kind of the end of your involvement on that day?
No.
Okay. What else did you do?
The very next day, because you can see in the video, it's dusk, it's nighttime coming. The next day, they were going to do a grid search to try to find any more evidence, anything that had missed that they couldn't find at nighttime.
Explain what a grid search is.
You take specific areas of the crime scene, and I believe for the next day we did just a normal lateral where we just lined up and just walked straight. Got to a certain point, we'd either go left, go right, or turn back around to try to find anything you missed.
So in terms of, you said you just line up laterally, so a whole bunch of people get in a line side by side and just walk through a crime scene?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Correction. Outside the bounds of the crime scene tape. Because I believe when we got there the next day, the MEs were still working, doing ME things at the crime scene. So we did the search around the crime scene tape, I believe.
And you used a term that I immediately recognized, but I want to make sure. You said ME.
Medical examiner.
Medical examiner. So the next day, February 7th, do you recall what time it was whenever you were out there the next day?
It was early, prior 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And then were you a part of the grid search that occurred that day?
Yes.
All right. And you started looking for?
Whatever you could find.
Whatever you can find. Were you told anything specific to look for, or you were just looking for anything that looks like it might be out of place?
Anything that could be out of place.
Okay. Was anything discovered during that grid search?
But yes, discovered a firearm.
All right. A firearm. Do you recall what kind of firearm it was?
I think it was a Glock 19. I don't remember the generation.
Okay. And explain what you mean by generation.
Glock has like a generation 1 through 5, just different years. Just how you like different year models of like a car, for instance.
Understood. Were you present when that firearm was located?
Yes.
Excuse me, just 1 second, officer. When the firearm was found, did you have any involvement with that firearm?
I went to where the firearm was located, stood around it, make sure nothing was tampered with. We let crime scene investigation take some photos of it. Once they were done with their part, they picked it up carefully, not to disrupt any DNA or fingerprints that could be on it. Found the serial number, and I used my police radio to call dispatch to see if they could run the serial number and make sure if it was stolen or not.
Good to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits number 14.16 through 14.22. You take a look at those photographs, let me know if you recognize what's contained in them.
You do from 14.16 through 14.22?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's the Glock firearm.
All right, and you look at them to yourself and let me know when you're finished. All right. Do you recognize what's contained in those photographs?
Apart from the pistol, the
No, just generally when you look at the photographs, do you recognize what those photographs are?
yes,
Okay. And are they, what are they? What are the photographs?
it's Glock 19 Gen 5 with a mounted light and appears to be a full magazine of bullets.
Let me ask you, is this the Glock 19 millimeter handgun that you observed and ultimately ran the serial number on February 7th of 2023?
Yes,
Do those photographs appear to be a true and accurate representation of that firearm?
yes.
All right, Judge, I'd move to admit State's Exhibits number 14.16 to 14.22.
I'm sorry, I put them out of order.
State's Exhibit 14.16 to 14.22 are admitted without objection.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Judge, may I move to publish? Thank you. And you can hold on to those right there.
Oh, okay.
Could you put up the first one, 14.16, for me, please? All right. And could you zoom in there to the middle of the photograph just so we can see? Officer, what are we looking at here?
It's a Glock 19 that's covered up by some brush.
All right. And if we can go to the next one. All right. And again, this one, 14.17. What is it we're looking at here?
Oh, same pistol, just different angle.
Different angle. All right. And the next one, 14.18.
Zoomed in version of the same pistol.
All right. Next one. All right. And what are we looking at here?
The pistol with all the pine straw taken off of it.
All right. And so here on the end, you described that on what is that on underneath the barrel portion right here? It's labeled TLR7. What is that?
It's a flashlight.
A flashlight. Have you ever operated a firearm that has a light like that?
Yes.
All right. How does it function?
There's on that particular one, I'm not quite sure, but the ones I've dealt with, there's usually two switches. One kind of like a permanent on switch, and another one's just like a flick. That you take it, push it down with your thumb, and then when you release it, it turns off.
Okay. Are those used to, I guess, illuminate the area where you're pointing the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. We go to the next photograph, 14.20. All right. Here, what are we looking at?
Same pistol. They just took, by they, I mean CSI, crime scene investigation, took out the magazine.
All right. And was the magazine, go ahead to the next one, 14.21.
Sorry.
It's all right, 14.21. The picture here, what are we looking at?
The magazine that came from the Glock, what appears to be full of 9mm bullets
Okay, so
or rounds.
this appears to have live 9mm ammunition in it?
Yes.
Okay. And the last one, 14.22. All right. And again, what are we looking at here?
The same pistol, just flipped over.
All right. You were responsible for taking this firearm and running the serial. Does every firearm have a serial number?
They should.
Okay. Well, it is. Is it federal law that every firearm has to have a serial number?
Yes.
All right. Did this firearm have a serial number?
Yes.
And did you run that serial number? Did you run the serial number?
I had radio. The way it works is when I'm away from the computer, I found the serial number, read it with my radio to give to dispatch, who then ran it through NCIC, and then whatever return that NCIC gave to dispatch, they would then tell me over the radio the result of that.
Okay. What is NCIC?
Was it a national crime?
It's okay if you don't
Yeah,
remember. That's all right. What is the purpose of it?
It's a database the federal government uses to track stolen items, cars, firearms.
Okay.
Things like
What
that.
was the purpose of you running the serial or having dispatch run that serial number through NCIC?
Just to make sure if it was stolen or not.
All right. And did you get a return after giving the serial number to the dispatcher?
Yes.
And what was the return?
Return stolen.
All right. Did you receive any information as to whom reported it stolen?
If I'm sure radio told me, but I don't remember what they told me. I think it wasn't until I got back to my car where I was actually able to look and see who it was stolen to.
Okay.
Or from.
And so did you do that? Did you go back to your car and actually look up the results on the return?
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember.
You don't recall who it was, who reported it stolen?
I don't recall.
That's okay. Officer, those are the only questions I have for you. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If the attorneys will approach. Okay, will state call its next witness.
State call Mr. Matthew Gilbert.
Good afternoon. If you just come up on the podium, sir, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you'll please be seated. Sir, have you ever testified?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you've never testified. Okay. My court reporter, Sheila, she's taken everything down. She has to get an accurate record of everything that's said in the courtroom.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to kind of come forward toward the microphones. She can't see if you nod your head or say or so we may say, is that a yes or is that a no? There's water right here if you would like some. The attorneys are going to ask you questions, and you might anticipate their questions, and you may try to answer them. But if you start talking at the same time the attorneys are talking, my court reporter can't take down both of you, and she has to decide. So I'm going to ask you to let the attorneys finish whatever they're saying, their questions, and then answer, okay?
All right.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the court?
Matthew Gilbert,
And Mr. Gilbert, can you spell your last name?
Gilbert.
And sir, what city do you live in?
Winder,
How long have you lived in Winder?
24 years.
Did you grow up in that area?
I did not. Lawrenceville.
Lawrenceville? Okay. So did you spend your whole life in Gwinnett, Barrow?
Almost.
How old are you?
I'm 48 or 47.
47 or 48?
48 at the end of this week.
Okay. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Remodeling?
Do you have your own business?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicles do you own?
I have an 04 F-250, a 2015 Subaru Forester, and an 87 Suzuki Samurai.
And do you like to do what we call off-roading for fun?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to us what off-roading is.
I either go to a set of trails that you pay for to ride, or simply just find a dirt road or a trail on the side of the road while driving.
How long have you done that?
My whole life.
And what of those three vehicles that you listed, which vehicles do you use for the off-roading?
The Samurai.
Tell us what's a Samurai look like?
Miniature version of a Jeep.
And do you remember back on February 6th of 2023 going off-roading?
I do.
Tell us what you were doing that day.
I had just dropped my daughter off earlier that day,
and was basically not wanting to go home. Nobody was home, so I had the day off and went and drove around off-roading to where they're building a big development.
Okay. The off-roading, what area did you do that in?
Around the Drowning Creek area and some dirt roads off of the Drowning Creek area.
Do you know what city that's in? Or what's near?
Auburn, it's right on the Gwinnett County line for Auburn and Barrow County.
What road were you driving? You said Drowning Creek. What road? What intersection with Drowning Creek?
The 316.
And how did you choose that area?
I used to go there years ago when I was in high school.
What did you do when you were in high school? Go.
Off-roading, dirt bikes,
Okay.
four-wheelers,
So you'd
trucks.
been to that area before.
Yes.
And that day, what vehicle were you driving?
That day, the Suzuki Samurai.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked as stage 52. You can take a moment and look at this photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And is that the area, is that a true and accurate picture of your vehicle and the area that you went voting on February 6th of 2023?
It is.
You're not just trying to under stage 52?
No objection.
States 52 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish stage 52?
Yes, certainly. And so you've got a screen right here you can look at.
Okay.
And this is your vehicle here?
It is.
Can the jury see that? I need? It's good, okay.
Okay, your vehicle, this is the Suzuki Samurai.
Correct.
I see a lot of mud on it. Is that from that day or was that on there before?
It was from that day.
Okay. The roof, explain to us the vehicle, how the setup is and how the roof and the doors work. Does it come off?
The roof does come off. It's just a soft top, kind of like a convertible,
Okay,
held on with buttons.
okay. And that day when you're driving, you had it on?
I did.
How is the noise level driving in that?
Very, very loud.
And if we could zoom out on that? And tell us where this location is that we see your vehicle.
That is several hundred yards east of Drowning Creek on the right-hand side of 316.
Okay. And we see a little clearing between the trees.
Yes.
What is that?
That's just a old road that dead-ended.
Okay. Is that where you went down?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find that location when you were in high school and you guys first found it?
Well, this location I did not. Directly across the street is where we used to go, and I was actually on the way home when I passed this road, and I decided to turn around and go back because I had never been down it.
When you're going off-roading, what are you looking for? Are you
Anything exciting?
okay? Do you usually do it by yourself, or you do it with other people?
By myself or both. Both.
Okay.
Yes.
And that day when you went down that road, when you go back in those woods, tell us what it looks like. Is it a full road that you could go on, or is there trees blocking your way?
There was one tree down, a small one, but then it just ended into piles of leftover debris from years past.
How far do you think you drove back in those woods?
I'll say 200 to 300 yards. It's not very long.
Did you stay on that path, or did you go deeper in the woods?
I stopped to get out to look, and as I was walking back, my phone had rang.
Okay. So you got out of your vehicle.
I did, and I just walked around while on the phone.
Okay. You remember who you were talking to?
My sister.
And why did you get out of the vehicle?
I cannot hear while on the phone while driving, so
Okay.
I needed to speak to her about my mother.
Okay. What was going on with your mom?
She was in the hospital at the time and sick, and my father was at home bedridden.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. When you got out, you said you were on the phone. What did you do while you were on the phone?
I just walked in kind of circles.
Okay. Where was your vehicle?
Still at the end of the road. I just left it there.
How long do you think your phone call was?
I'll say 20, 25 minutes.
And at some point while you're on the phone with your sister and walking around the woods, did you find something?
Yes. I stepped over a log and found the remains.
And specifically, when you said remains, what did you see?
Specifically, I found a human skull.
Did you know right then that it was human?
Yes.
How?
Very undeniably human. This,
When you saw the skull, sir, what did you do?
well, I hung up the phone and called 911.
At that point, could you tell if this was male or female?
No,
And you said you called 911.
I did.
Did you stay in the woods?
I went back to get my vehicle to bring it out so that they would be able to see it on the side of the road, and then stayed on the edge of the wood line.
We see here in States 52 the vehicle. Is that where you parked it?
It wasn't the first time, but they had a little bit of trouble finding me, so I moved it out to the closer to the road in that location sideways so they could see it.
You said you saw a skull. Did you see anything else?
There were bones scattered throughout the woods.
Sir, did you touch those?
No, ma'am.
Did you take any of the bones?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up talking to the police officers?
I did.
And how long do you think you waited for officers to arrive?
About, I'll say 20 or so minutes, give or take.
And once the officers arrived, what happened?
We walked into the woods. I showed them where the remains were, and they immediately had everybody get out, go get tape, and tape off the area. And I went back to the front with an officer and gave him my name and number and information.
Okay. Did you see any clothing there?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any personal items?
Nothing.
Besides the remains, the bones, did you see anything else there other than leaves and trees?
No, ma'am.
How long, how far do you think it takes from average walking from where your vehicle is to where you get to the remains?
Maybe a minute, if probably not that long.
How far into the woods do you think they were?
Less than 100 yards.
Did you, how long do you think you stayed at the scene once the officers arrived?
Minutes. I showed them, walked back out, name and information, and left right away.
Had you ever seen anything like that before other than on TV or?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever learn who those remains belonged to?
Yes, the next day.
How did you learn?
I was paying attention to the news, wanting to know.
And on July 26, 2022, do you remember where you were that day?
I do, only from some help, but I was in Tuskegee, Alabama.
Okay. What were you in Tuskegee for?
My wife's grandfather's funeral.
Okay.
We were driving through Tuskegee.
Okay.
Yes.
Other than you talking to the officers for a few minutes that day, did you have anything else to do with this investigation?
No, ma'am. Nobody ever called.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Vince might have some questions.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
You're
very much.
excused. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Again, Gwinnett County is going to buy them lunch, and I want them to stay in the cafeteria.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? And let's try to get started at 1:15. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, court will resume at 1:15, so be in your seats at that time.
Very briefly before we I wanted to update everybody. I had last month filed a notice that the state intended to call
a witness that was Officer Eugene White via video conference for his testimony because he was going to be out of town. My initial plan was that I wasn't going to get to him in time before he left, which is tomorrow morning. However, I just want to notify the board, I have restructured some things. He'll be here this afternoon.
Okay.
So I will not have the necessity to call any witness at this point by video conference.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Delphine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you. When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early. Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at their profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. A wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
To give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to
by Ms. Jackson on behalf of the DA's office. There's clear articulations of an offense rather than just a general allusion, particularly with the last bullet in the filing, which matches what the witness was. Again, I didn't get into every aspect or element. I just wanted to make sure she met the statutory requirements as provided by the hearing. And just like was in the last bullet, just like was spoken about today, there's articulation of touching of the breast, touching of the genitals, meaning touching by the defendant, Brandon Sierra, on Gabriel Guerrero's breasts and genitals. And there's also the mention of oral sex, wherein the underage child performed oral sex on the adult defendant, and then the pulling down of the pants and the penetration of the vagina. Those 4 match the 4 in the bullet, which matches the 4 counts in the indictment.
All right, so what I can tell everybody, I'm going strictly on what's in the outcry statement that was presented to the defense, because that's what they've been given notice of.
Yeah, and thankfully, Your Honor, it matches exactly. That final bullet mentions the word, quote, touching her, raped, mentions oral sex, mentions touching of breast, mentioned tried to kiss her, mentioned touching his hand or with hand in vagina. So it's a 4 for 4 with respect to the counts in the indictment, which is what was matched. And again, my brief direct examination of her in this hearing.
All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider the Code of Criminal Procedure, section 38.072, that addresses the outcry witness and the requirements. There are 2 factors. The first one, at the time in 2021, we used a Code of Criminal Procedure that was at that time, which was the 2019 publication. And at that time, the outcrier must be under 14 years of age and a victim of the alleged sexual abuse. She was already 14 years old. Doing the math, her date of birth is 7/21/06. It was February 21 of 21, or excuse me, 13 of 21. And so that would put her at 14 years old, not quite 15, since it was not July yet. Second is where the court determined whether the outcry witness is being truthful. And so we believe that according to the information that she has provided, it differs from than what, of course, the evidence shows, but I know it's up to the court to determine whether she's truthful or not. So most importantly, the fact that she's 14 puts her out of that category for purposes of this hearing.
If I may, Your Honor, the legislature was pretty clear in their updating with respect to the most recent legislative session. It very clearly applies retroactively. The new age under 38072 is the age of 18, so we're years within the limit as allowed under the law.
All right, unless you have some case law that suggests different, that it's not retroactive, the court is going to allow the witness to testify as the outcry witness. So if between now and our break, when we come back, if you have some type of law that says something different, it's the court's understanding that it is retroactive. If you bring me something that says that it's not retroactive, of course, I will reconsider.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Thank you,
Is
Judge.
there anything else?
Nothing from the state.
All right. And
Thank you.
all right, I'm going to take up this last plea, and then everybody else, you have to come back in the afternoon because everyone needs a lunch break. Rogelio Valero. Court is calling 2024 CR 1726, State of Texas versus Rogelio Valero. Can I have parties announced for the record? For the state,
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
defense,
Robert Geary, Your Honor, for defendant Rogelio Valero Jr., and we're ready.
are you Mr. Valero?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, we have, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Valero, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? You need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Valero, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea with the state, court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trials? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? All right, you're whispering.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? All right, you're whispering.
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe that he does, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe that he was and
Miss-
is.
Mr. Valero, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, there's $1,000 fine and the state recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, there have not.
Outside the plea, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 4 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, and the DOEP course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with its attachments. Defense is reviewed, Your Honor. We have no objections.
All right, state you may be excused. Did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, we are.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, just in regards to my client's financial status at the moment, this cause arose out of a situation where he was being evicted from his longtime home. He had been terminated from his place of employment. Since then, he was dutifully been trying to find employment. He had been unsuccessful at the time, but is still on it and trying to get employed. We would like the court to take that into consideration when rendering the sentencing at this time. My client has the utmost competence that he can and will abide by all the provisions of deferred adjudication, Your Honor. It's just that any assistance in the matter of financials currently would be much appreciated.
All right, thank you. How long have you been unemployed?
2 years.
All right, how do you support yourself?
Side jobs.
All right, so you're gonna have to get employment, you
Yes,
understand?
I've been doing that, ma'am.
And I know it's hard,
Yes, ma'am.
but I see signs all the time for employment at McDonald's, and McDonald's actually has a great benefits plan.
Been doing all of the above.
All right. Do you have any children?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are you staying with someone now?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
A friend.
Who is this friend?
He's a longtime friend, childhood friend.
All right, so is he in the witness protection program or
Oh,
something?
no.
So what's his name?
Juan Martinez.
All right. So probation, he says he's living with someone by the name of Juan Martinez. All right. And if your drug
I've
test,
also applied for housing also.
okay. If you're drug tested today, what are the results gonna be?
Uh,
And here's the thing,
not
before
good.
you, not good? All right, positive for what?
Marijuana.
No, is,
Marijuana, ma'am.
and what else?
That should be.
No. Here's the thing, probation will UA you today.
Oh, yes.
So marijuana and what else?
Controlled substance, ma'am. The
And
last
what
time.
substance would that be?
Um,
Yes, you have to tell me. What would it be?
Meth, ma'am.
Okay. That wasn't hard. Here's the
No,
thing,
it's just-
you've got to admit what
Yes,
your issues
yes,
are.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
There's no need to be embarrassed because guess what? Everybody in this courtroom is working on improving their life.
Yes.
Nobody in here is perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
So where you are now, hopefully, after you've completed this probation successfully,
Yes, ma'am.
you will not be back here.
Correct.
5 years deferred adjudication, $1,000 fine probated, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors, I'm going to do a referral to felony drug court. You need to be honest with them. And the way you were being wishy-washy with me, you cannot be wishy-washy with them. You need to let them know what your issues are. That is a good program if you work the program
Yes, ma'am.
honestly. They will help you with housing. They will help you with your drug issues. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the person you're staying with has a drug issue, you all should not be living together.
That's, yes.
I'm going to want field visits one time per month until in treatment. If he's not accepted in felony drug court, I'm going to want a TAP evaluation and follow TAP recommendations. I'm going to want the UA hotline until further notice. 120 sober meetings in 120 days. We'll hold off on the DOEP course until we figure out what the TAP evaluation said or probation says. There's going to be 120 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to require you to do a work program. Once you complete the work program, the court will deem the community service hours satisfied. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
Just to confirm, you said 120 community service hours?
No, 100 community service hours.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing else.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No.
Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. You understand?
Okay.
We can go off the record. Here's the thing. In order to be successful, you need to be honest with the court. Oh, and you're on lunch break. You need to be honest with the court.
Yes, ma'am.
If there's an issue, if you feel as though you're going to use, guess what? Talk to your probation officer. That's the only way you're going to be successful. Talk to them and say, I think I'm going to use. Or even if you do use, tell them, maybe I've used. Guess what? They're going to try to get you treatment. If you feel there's an issue and they're not addressing it, you can always come back to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here mostly every day except for weekends. All right? So remain in the courtroom. Probation will go over conditions with you. And everyone else, we're on lunch break.
Judge,
Yes,
was it 4 or 5 years?
5.
5, okay. I didn't hear. I don't hear so good.
Microsoft Word document entitled HK 2002 through 2004. That was discovered on a laptop in unallocated space, meaning there was an attempt to erase that document. But as most forensic experts know, that even when a document is erased on a device, it is the user could no longer access that document, but forensic experts using particular software can retrieve it, and this document was retrieved in this case. It was a locally created draft, which means the document itself was created on the laptop. It wasn't downloaded from the internet. The document was modified. It was originally created in 2000, and it was overwritten a number of times and modified between 2001 and 2002. Now, as alleged in the bail application, the task force believes that this is a planning document, and it was utilized by Uriman to methodically blueprint and plan out his kills with excruciating detail. We allege that this document evinces the defendant's intent in committing the charged crimes, that his intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them. His motivations, meticulous planning, and clear intent is obvious. His intent was nothing short but to murder these victims. And we allege that the methodology, that the exact method by which these murders were committed, in excruciating detail in that document, is in some cases identical to the methodology to murder the 6 victims in this case. Now, I don't want to speak further on the document. I believe the document speaks for itself. So if anybody has any questions about the document, I'd be more than willing to answer them. But before turning it over for questioning, I want to reiterate, right from the very beginning of this case, from the onset of the case, the first indictment, we said that the case was not over. We said we were going to continue to investigate the case of the Gilgo Four and find more evidence. We've done that. We've said that we were going to expand the investigation both on Gilgo and off, and to investigate new cases. We've done that, and that's resulted in the 2 new charges that you see here today. So that's what we've done. That's what we've continued to do, and my office, along with our partners, are not going to stop. This case continues.
Okay, a portion of a press conference held today after the hearing, the court appearance by Rex Heuermann, where he entered not guilty pleas for the latest 2 victims that he's now accused of killing 6 people. And boy, some of those things that they found, just the volume of it. Laura Uretzian is still with us. And Laura, what's your take when you hear that? It seems like we're talking a mountain of evidence, and as he said, some of it has excruciating detail. With excruciating, he used that word a couple times, and that it seems as though that's what these victims went through, a horrible experience. Obviously innocent until proven guilty, but your take on just the volume of things they found in this home?
Clearly, the evidence against Mr. Heuermann is growing, and it's very obvious that the Suffolk DA's office and law enforcement are not going to stop with that. They're going to continue their investigation. It sounds like they believe that there may be more victims of this gentleman. So, and as far as the evidence is concerned, it's pretty damning. And again, it's a little too early, and it could be circumstantial. I understand that. But when you add it to what they've got, or what they discovered early on when they initially filed the cases, you have My understanding is you have a number of pornographic videos, and some of the images and some of the things that you see on these videos are very similar, and in some ways identical to what has happened to these women. You have a man who had the home to himself. My understanding is they also found a book that has to do with the mind of a serial killer, profiling the mind of a serial killer. And we have a document that seems to be the blueprint of how to kill, how to organize this whole thing. And I'm sure they're not telling us everything. They have more, and they're not giving us the excruciating detail because it's still an ongoing investigation, and they're hoping to recover more. But again, I mean, this mountain of evidence and the amount of evidence, I mean, you heard the number of devices that they've gathered. They have to have Secret Service come in and help them out, because the idea for one law enforcement agency to go through this amount, this many digital devices is a lot. And we may have more to find out soon.
Yeah, imagine being the IT guy in that county. What? Celebrate 46 cell phones. Holy mackerel, that's a lot.
Christina Pursley.
Remain standing on the podium and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Could you introduce yourself to the jury? Give us your name, please.
I'm Christina Pursley. I work for the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right. Now, Ms. Pursley, what is your role with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm a forensic technician. That means that I help our pathologists with autopsies, and I also specialize in skeletal remains.
All right. So, how long have you worked with a medical examiner here at Gwinnett?
Just over 4 years.
Prior to working with Gwinnett's medical examiner, did you have any other experience in this field?
I did not. I went to school for anthropology, but other than that, I did not have any experience.
And that was going to be the next thing we talked about. So, in order to, what's your official title with the medical examiner's office?
Forensic technician.
All right. In order to be a forensic technician with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office, what kind of education or training have you gone through?
We do continuing education. Most of our training is hands-on. That means that even if we don't have experience outside of doing autopsies, our pathologists will train us. We also attend classes every year. I think that we do a class at least once a month. And then whatever research that we do outside of that is, we can do it on our own as well.
You said you went to school for anthropology.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
So anthropology is the study of human remains, of skeletal human remains. In the field that I studied in, there's a broader anthropology field that is cultural, biological, but I specifically studied human remains.
Okay. And in terms of studying human remains, what do you do as a part of the medical examiner's office when it comes to examining human remains?
So if a person is recently deceased, I help with the autopsy. If someone has been deceased for a while and they are skeletal remains, I'll respond to the scene with our investigators. I'll process the scene with our investigators, which, depending on how the remains are found, it could look like a few different things. In most cases, when people are skeletal and they're found somewhere, usually they're not buried, they're on top of the surface, so that means that we have to search a broader area to make sure that we are recovering the entire person.
All right. Now, in your role over the last 4 years with the medical examiner's office, how many cases have you been involved in recovering human remains?
And recovering human remains, I honestly don't know off the top of my head. It's been a few, though.
All right. Now, just to give us an idea, I don't need an exact number. More than 10, more than 50, more than 100?
Probably less than 10, between 5 and 10.
Okay. Now, when I say human remains, are we talking about, and I asked you that question, but the answer to that question, are you talking about skeletal remains?
Yes. For the majority of the scenes that I will respond to, usually they're always skeletal remains.
Is that why you respond to a scene essentially with the medical examiner's office, because you have a specialty in human remains? Yes. Okay. And skeletal remains, to be more specific?
Yes.
Okay. In college, when you studied anthropology, did you have any involvement there with on-scene or any kind of internships there involving human remains or skeletal remains?
I did not, because the program at the time, I mean, this is years ago, the program at the time did not have a specific course for human remains in a forensic setting. So I did not do any kind of human remains excavations in college. I did participate in excavations, but they were usually cultural excavations.
Understood. Now, are there, in order to be a forensic technician, is there any particular certifications or things like that that you have to have?
Just a bachelor's degree.
All right. Now, while working for the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner, who is it that you work for? Who is the medical examiner?
Dr. Carol Terry.
All right. And has she been the medical examiner for the entire time that you worked there at the office?
Yes, we do have a part-time pathologist that will come in occasionally, but for the majority of the time I work for Carol Terry.
All right. Now, I want to take you to the evening hours of February 6th of 2023. Did you participate with the medical examiner's office in responding to a scene for human remains?
Yes, I did.
All right. Describe that to us.
So I'd gotten the call, I think I had just gotten home from work actually, and taken my scrubs off and got the call that there were possible human remains that were found, skeletal human remains. So I drove out there. We were losing light by that point. So the recovery was pretty quick. I think we spent about an hour and a half at the scene that night. We recovered the majority of what was found, a lot of the larger bones. We had to secure the scene for the night because we couldn't, I mean, by the time we left, it was nearing 10 p.m. and it was during winter, so we had literally no light. So we had to secure the scene for the night, and we went back out the next morning.
Are there challenges that you face in a case where the remains are completely skeletal versus there's some amount of tissue or flesh that remains on a body?
Yes, so with skeletal remains, unless there's some kind of like sharp force or blunt force trauma, it can be hard to determine a cause of death, especially if the entirety of the person is not recovered. Other challenges could be animal activity taking away part of the decedent, taking bones away, also causing trauma themselves post-mortem, like, for instance, rodents or dogs, sometimes coyotes will get a hold of the bones and carry them away and kind of gnaw on them, and that can cause physical trauma to the bones that has nothing to do with the cause of death.
Now, because of, in this case, the remains, and we're going to get to some photographs here in a moment, but the remains that you recovered that evening or a part of recovering that evening, how would you classify them in terms of the skeletonization of the bones? Was there any apparent flesh tissue that remained there on the bones?
There was not. It was completely skeletal. There was no tissue, which led us to believe that the remains had been there for quite some time.
Do you have, what is the science behind being able to determine that?
For time of death?
Yes, ma'am. When you find remains that are completely skeletal, how do you go about determining, if you can, how long they've been there?
It depends on the environment. For someone that is outside and fully skeletal, we'll look at the condition of the bones, look for any kind of soft tissue that may be present, look for bleaching on the bones if they had been exposed to sunlight for a long time, if they've been exposed to a lot of moisture. We can see signs in the bones of that. For most skeletal remains that we find that have been there for quite some time, they'll show the bleaching from the sun, they'll show some kind of weathering, and with remains that have not been there for so long. Usually we expect to see some kind of soft tissue and yeah, some kind of soft tissue.
I understand. Is there a difference in what you might find in skeletal remains if the person was buried versus not buried?
Yes, there is a difference. Like I talked about with the bleaching of the sign, someone who is not buried will typically have some kind of bleaching, which bleaching just makes the bones a little bit whiter. With someone that's buried, we would expect to see, for someone that's been there for a while, some kind of plant growth, some kind of, maybe some soft tissue left, maybe some adipocere, which is kind of like a waxy, I don't want to say substance, but it's like a waxy texture that tissue that's been exposed to moisture for a long time will kind of turn into.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to, generally, when you respond to a scene involving human remains, what are the processes or procedures that you go through in recovering those remains?
So what we do is we have what we call a dig kit. That's pretty much all the tools that we would need to be able to do a recovery of skeletal remains. And that includes small shovels, brushes, flags so that we can mark out where we're going to be excavating. It also includes measurement tools so that we can tell how deep the remains are recovered, also how far away from different points in the landscape that they're recovered. So what we would do is we would take the dig kit out, we would map out where we would like to do the excavation, and then we would start around where the remains are usually found within a couple of feet, and then we'll expand that area further out, especially if we see signs of animal activity or any kind of weathering that would carry the bones away to a further location.
Now, when you arrived on scene that night, February 6th, 2023, did you have a dig kit that you were just describing?
I did not because, like I said, I had just gotten home, so I didn't have time to go to the office to be able to get the dig kit. Luckily, CSI had already mapped it out for us, and so we just gathered the surface remains that we could find with the daylight that we had left.
And in terms of the skeletal remains there that you observed, can you give us a general idea of how much of the remains were present?
I would say, based on the first night, we found probably about 85% of the remains.
And I'm going to, may I approach you? I'm going to show you what is marked as States Exhibits 13 through 13.13. If you would, Ms. Persley, if you will look through those and let me know once you've finished looking through them if you recognize what those are.
I do recognize them. They are photos of the scene from the first night of recovery.
Do those photographs accurately depict the scene that you described on February 6th of 2023?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit States Exhibits 13 through 13.13 into evidence.
No objection. States Exhibit 13, 13.1 through 13.13 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish those?
Yes.
All right. If you would bring up number 13, we'll walk through.
And you have a screen here also.
There's one to your right, one to your left. Yeah. So whatever's easiest for you to look at is okay.
Okay.
This is States Exhibit number 13, I believe. I'm going to walk up here and see it. Yes, 13.
Could you see it? You can see it. Okay.
All Ms. Persley, describe for us what we're looking at here in this photograph.
This is a view from the side of the road. 316 is the road, kind of looking to the side of where the scene was.
And if you recall, from this perspective, where were the remains at from here?
If you're standing and looking this way, they would have been to the right and up an embankment.
All right, so on the right side of this photograph here, is that the embankment you're talking about?
Yes.
Describe for us, if you can remember, how steep was that?
It was in parts pretty steep. There was a road that was to the side of it, which is how we accessed the scene to begin with. But it was pretty steep right there if you're looking at that particular part of it.
All right. Can we go to 13.1, please? All right, and again, what are we looking at here?
This is also a photo of the embankment leading up to the scene.
All right. Now, as we're looking at this into the woods here, did the woods continue all the way back to where the remains were?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to 13.2? All right, and here, this photograph, that was 13.1, I believe. And then it goes to 13.2, yes. What are we looking at here?
This is also the side of the scene from the road, also a photograph of the embankment.
And this one, is it taken kind of in the reverse of the first photograph, looking back the opposite direction?
It is.
Okay. If we can go to the next photograph. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is a portion of the scene. This is pretty far from where the remains were actually found. Probably after we secured the scene for the night, or pretty close to securing the scene for the night.
All right, and the next photograph? All right, what are we looking at here?
That is a femur. I'm not sure which side, just looking at the photograph. That femur in particular was carried a little bit away from where the majority of the remains were found, indicating that there was probably some animal activity.
All right, and you explained that, I think, before. This is exhibit 13.4, but when you're involved in the recovery of human remains that are skeletal, do you often see bones being moved out from the general location?
Yes, especially if they're, I don't want to say dumped, but if they're placed on top of the surface and they're not buried where they can be easily accessed by animals. Yes, it's pretty common to see animals take some bones and kind of scatter them.
In this particular case, when finding a bone, the femur like this, did it appear to you that that was the case, that an animal might have carried it away from the main area?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to the next photograph, 13.5. All right, and what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of a skull.
All right. Was this part of the remains that you recovered that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And 13.6. All right, what are we looking at here?
That's a sacrum, which is your tailbone.
All right. The next photograph. All right, and this one's 13.7. 13.7, what are we looking at here?
That's also a photograph, an up-close photograph of the skull that was found. And that's a photograph of how the skull was found before it was manipulated by any investigators.
All right, the next photograph, 13.8. And what are we looking at here?
That's part of the pelvis.
All right. And in terms of recovering remains, is there a significance in certain bones and identifying who the person is?
Yes. So there are a few bones that we use in particular to identify age and sex. The pelvis is one of them. We use the pelvis to determine whether someone is male or female. We also determine age by the pelvis. The femur is another bone that we use to determine age as well as height, possibly.
And the last part there, the height part makes sense to me, because I imagine the length of the bone
exactly
determines height. But you've also mentioned determining gender, male or female, in terms of the pelvis. What kind of things do you find with the pelvis?
So with the female pelvis, the opening will be a little bit broader than with a male. It's also because, females are built and designed to give childbirth. As far as age goes, there are parts of the pelvis that we can tell if it's fused or not, which will tell us if somebody is a child, a teenager, or an adult.
Now, just in a little bit further explanation about that, what would you expect to see in a child or prepubescent adult versus or a prepubescent person versus somebody who's already gone through puberty or older?
I would expect to see that not all of the plates are fused.
Okay. So as somebody gets older, do their plates fuse together?
Yes.
Okay. And to the next photograph. All right. What are we looking at in this one?
This is a human skull, again, before manipulation by investigators.
All right. And this is 13.9. Can we go to 13.10? What are we looking at here?
That is the pelvis with the sacrum in place. I believe that's Dr. Terry that's holding it together.
Okay. So she's holding it together. Were these found in separate pieces?
They were found in separate pieces. She put them back together, and I believe we sent that same photograph to our consulting forensic anthropologist to help determine age and sex.
Okay. To the next photograph. And what are we looking at here?
That's a mandibrium. That's part of the interior part of your rib cage.
Okay. And to the next, this one, hold on. This one is 13.11, just so I can, for the record. The next one, 13.12. All right. And in this photograph, what do we see?
That is a photograph of where the majority of the remains were found. That's the original location that they would have been placed.
Okay. Now, what tells you that?
Well, mostly because the majority of the remains were found there. The skull, I believe, was found closer to that person's foot, to the left of the photograph. And as you can see, they're not buried. They're a little bit covered with some dirt and some plant matter, but that's probably from weathering, not from intentional burying.
Okay, and that was going to be the next question here. In looking at these remains, did you discover any evidence that they had that the body had been concealed in any way or buried, covered up with anything?
Concealed only due to the circumstances of they were found in the woods, but they were did not appear to be buried, no.
Okay. And to the last photograph, 13.13. And what are we looking at here?
Those are fingernails with some black nail polish.
All right. And where were those recovered at?
Those were recovered at the original location where the majority of the remains were located.
So in that previous photograph in 13.12 that we just looked at, these were located in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are out there and these remains are being recovered, how do you document or preserve remains? What happens once you're out there looking at collecting these bones?
So what I will do is take a notepad with me that I don't mind getting dirty, and I will write down every location of every bone that's found, where it's found in proximity to, say, a tree or some other landmark. So we'll measure it out and figure out where the closest landmark is. We'll also document how deep it's found within the ground so that we can determine whether or not it's a clandestine grave or scattered remains. And we'll also photograph every step of the way. Everything that we remove, we'll photograph a bone before it's removed, where it's originally located. We'll photograph it after it's removed.
Okay. Now, when you recover remains, once you've documented and done the photographic work and writing all of the stuff down, where do you take them? Where do you take the remains?
So usually I'll take custody of the remains and transport them myself. So what I'll do is place them in a bag, mark the bag of where the remains were located, what remains are inside, and then I will take them to the medical examiner's office to be processed. And what that looks like is I bring them into the medical examiner's office, into the forensic wing, to the morgue portion. I'll write down and document everything that is brought in to make sure that nothing is lost along the way, that nothing is misplaced, not tampered with, and then they're placed into a locked cooler.
In this particular case, do you recall how many members or what staff from the medical examiner's office was all present that night?
The original night, it was myself, Dr. Terry, and I believe two other investigators.
All right. From the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall all of the bones that you recovered that night?
I can try.
I have a copy of your report if you don't recall all of them, and I can show it to you.
Okay. I believe that we recovered both humeri, both ulna, both radiuses, The mandibrium, I think all of the ribs, the sacrum, the pelvis, the skull, the mandible, the femurs, both of them, the tibia, fibula, and we may have recovered a couple of smaller foot bones that night, but the majority of the hand and foot bones were found the following day.
Okay. Now, you've used a lot of words that I knew some of them, not all of them, but I want to ask you about a few of them.
Okay.
So you've already talked about the pelvis and the sacrum, so I described what those are. There's a term you use, the manubrium.
Mandibrium, yes.
Manubrium, okay. What is that?
So that's a part of the anterior ribs. It's close to where your sternum would be.
All right. And then you used, I think, humerus.
Yes.
Which bone is that?
Those are your upper arm bones.
All right. And the radius and ulna. I'm going back to 8th grade here, trying to remember the anatomy, but the radius and ulna.
Those are your lower arm bones.
Arm bones, okay. So, in essence, did y'all recover all of the arm bones in the skeletal remains?
Yes, all of the arm bones and all of the leg bones were recovered the first night.
So that's the femur that you talked about.
Yes.
And then the tibia and fibia?
Yes.
Okay, so apart from that, you also recovered the skull and ribs, you said?
Yes.
Now, do you know if you recovered all the ribs or?
We did. We also recovered the clavicles and the scapulas.
All right. Clavicle, is that the collarbone?
Yes.
All right. And scapula, you're going to have to remind me.
Those are your shoulder blades.
Shoulder blades, all right. Any other significant bones that you recovered that night?
The mandible is a big one because a lot of times with skeletal remains, sometimes the mandible will be carried away and it's not easily found, but it was with the rest of the skull, which was...
Is that the jawbone?
It is,
The
yes.
jawbone, okay.
Your lower jawbone, yeah.
Lower jawbone. So in this particular, in the remains that you recovered, you recovered the mandible, was it still attached to the skull or was it somewhere else?
It was not attached because there wasn't any soft tissue present to keep it attached, but it was with the skull.
Okay. And then essentially the backbone, the vertebrae, the lumbars, did you recover all of the spine?
We did. We covered every vertebrae, I believe.
You then took those, bagged them individually, and took them back to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What normally, when they go back to the medical examiner's office, what occurs to those remains?
So they will remain in their original bag so that they can be dictated the next day during autopsy by Dr. Terry. I fill out paperwork, document everything that I did, place those same bags into a locked cooler that only medical examiner employees have access to.
All right. Now, and you mentioned obviously it got too dark that night to really continue and search. Were you a part of the medical examiner's team that came back the following day?
Yes.
All right. Who came back the following day with you, if you recall?
My supervisor, Tina Miller, came. Dr. Terry did not go that day. I believe we had 3 other investigators that came, and our other forensic technician came with us to help. And the reason why so many of us went back the next day was because we were trying to recover the hyoid bone, which is really important in skeletal remains to help determine a cause of death. It doesn't always determine a cause of death, but it can certainly help.
In what way? Describe what the hyoid bone is and how it might assist.
So the hyoid bone is in your throat, it's in your neck. And in some suspected homicide cases where we suspect that there is strangulation, especially with manual or ligature strangulation, the hyoid bone can become broken or bruised during that process. Unfortunately, with skeletal remains, a hyoid bone is a really soft bone, and animals, unfortunately, really like soft bones, so it can be hard to recover in remains that are exposed to the elements and exposed to animal activity.
So you mentioned that the next day, more personnel from the medical examiner's office showed up for the purpose of trying to locate that. More remains, but with a particular focus on that bone?
Yes.
Okay. And what did y'all do when you got back the next day? What kind of things did you do once you got there in order to search the next day?
So because we knew that we were looking for smaller bones, we had already recovered most of the larger long bones. We used what we call a sifter, which is basically, if you've ever seen any kind of like anthropology shows, they usually have, it's a classic like I don't even know how to describe it. It's got like a screen at the bottom and then it's like a box built around it. And what we do is take the soil or the dirt and the leaves, dump it into there and then shake it so that the dirt falls through and it'll trap any kind of larger pieces like rocks, potentially a bullet, and some bones.
Now, when, and y'all employed using those the following day?
Yes, and we also used brushes to make sure that when we were digging through the dirt that we weren't, because the hyoid bone is such a soft bone, that we weren't damaging the bones by using shovels. So we mainly just used our hands and we used brushes.
If you recall, and just approximately, how long were you and the rest of the medical examiner's team out the following day?
The following day, I believe we probably left about 3 p.m. We had gotten there about 10 a.m. So we were out there most of the day.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 14, 14.1 through 14.15, I believe. Make sure I'm correct. And then also, because we've already admitted some, I'm a little out of order, 14.23 through 14.32 for the record. So that's 14 and 14.1 through 14.15 and 14.23 through 14.32. And like I did just a moment ago, I'm going to keep them in separate stacks since there's a little bit of gap, but if you'll look through these photographs, let me know if you recognize what's contained in them.
I recognize these as photographs of the scene from the second day.
February 7th of 2023? Yes. Are they fair and accurate representations of that scene on that day?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibits 14 and 14.1 through 14.15 and 14.22?
23.
23, excuse me, through 14.32.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 14, 14.1 through 14.15 are admitted without objection. And then for State's Exhibit 14.23 through 14.32 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Persley, before you came into the courtroom, the missing exhibits and the numbers there, 14.16 through 14.22, have already been admitted to evidence, but I'm going to show them to you as well. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I recognize these from the second day.
All right. And generally, the stack that I just handed you, the 14.15 through 14.22, what are they of?
They are photographs of a Glock handgun that was found in sort of close proximity to the remains.
You were there that day when it was recovered?
Yes.
If I can, I'm going to go ahead and publish, starting with exhibit number 14. Here, no, it'll come up on the screen. All right, now, February 7th, 2023, it's daylight hours. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph during the day, as you said, of the side of the scene, looking up the embankment from the side of the road.
All right, and to the next photograph. All right, and what are we looking at here in 14.1?
A different area of the side of the scene.
All right, and to the next photo. All right, and here.
This is just outside the perimeter of the scene.
And I'm going to be accurate, 14.2. To the next photograph, 14.3. What are we looking at here?
Members of the Gwinnett County Police Department, possibly recruits. They had done a grid search during the day.
So the folks here that are in the photograph, members of the Gwinnett County Police Department, these were the individuals who were involved in conducting a grid search through the woods?
Yes.
Okay. Did you participate in the grid search?
I did not. We focused our efforts on where the remains were found.
For the next photograph, 14.4. What are we looking at here?
This is the outside perimeter of the scene.
And 14.5. All right, what are we looking at here?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure we've recovered something there, but I can't quite see it.
All right, well, in here, this little orange flag, if you will, or indicator here, what is this an indicator of?
That is usually an indicator that we did find something. But again, I'm not entirely sure from this photograph what we recovered.
Whatever y'all found there, you had already collected the previous night, and this is a photograph of it?
We may have, yes.
Okay. To the next photograph. All right, and generally what are we looking at here?
Another photograph of where we recovered something.
Okay, and the next photograph?
Again, we have recovered something from that spot, and I can see that we had dug around that spot, so I'm assuming that we had probably found a long bone the previous night.
All right, and the next one? All right, and what are we looking at here?
That looks like the main area where we excavated the majority of the remains.
Now, you mentioned using, I don't remember what you called it, it wasn't a screen, you called it
a sifter.
A sifter, thank you. Were you, in doing that, were you taking, the dirt or pine straw or whatever it is that we can see in photographs like this and putting it through that sifter?
Yes.
Okay. To the next photograph. This is 14.9. All right. What are we looking at here?
This is an overview of where the majority of the remains were found after excavation.
Okay. And the next photograph? All right, what are we looking at here?
That looks like it's either a bone from a foot or a hand. I'm going to assume a foot because the majority of the hand bones were found relatively close together in the position that the hands were laid.
Okay. This photograph here was taken on February 7th, the next morning?
Yes, it was.
Is this an example of some of the additional bones that you found the next day?
Yes.
And do you recall, without looking at your report, I have it here if you need it, which bones, what all you found the following day?
We found the majority of the hand and foot bones. There were a few that we did not recover. I think that's the majority of the bones that we recovered. We did recover some hair, additional fingernails, and some possible rib cartilage.
Okay. Now, the hair, do you recall finding the hair?
I do, yes.
In terms of when you found it, were you able to tell anything unique about the hair?
Yes, we were able to tell that it was had two different tones to it. There was a dark tone and a light tone.
Okay. Now, is that the hair having two different colorings to it? is that an indication of something natural happening to it, or is the hair that color prior to death?
It could have been something natural, like the sun could have bleached it, but looking at it, it didn't look like anything like relative to weathering or bleaching. It looked like it had been previously colored.
Okay. Into the next photograph, which would be 14.11. All right. And what are we looking at here?
It looks like possibly a metacarpal from the foot.
Okay, metacarpal.
It's a tiny little bone that's in your foot.
A small foot bone.
Yes, exactly.
There's obviously what appears to be a ruler here. What's the purpose of that?
We use the L scale to not only show what the size of something is, but show the relative, like basically to show size.
Okay. And the next photograph, 14.12. All right, and you know what we're looking at here?
I believe that's either the rib cartilage or it possibly could be part of the knee.
Okay. Again, y'all are measuring it for scale?
Yes.
And then the next photograph, 14.13. All right, and what are we looking at here?
That looks like it's the majority of a hand, I believe.
Okay. Now, in relation, and we looked at a few bones that might have been the foot bones and then this hand bone. In relation to that bigger scene that we were just looking at where y'all were excavating and found the skull and the rest of the, where was this located?
This was located with the majority of the bones. It looked like the way that the remains had been laid, that the hands were to the side because we found bones from both hands and they were on either side of the midsection of the remains.
Okay. And the next photograph, 14.14. What are we looking at here?
Again, that's going to be either a foot bone or a hand bone.
And the next photograph, 14.15. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is part of the scene. I think that's members of Gwinnett County Police Department. And I'm not, that may have been the point that they found the handgun, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, that's all right. If we can skip over the 14.16 all the way to 14.23. While they're putting that up, I wanted to ask you, if you recall, how many bones were recovered not in the main area with skeletal remains, but were, we looked at one femur that you had talked about,
Yes.
but what else, if you recall, was located elsewhere?
I believe that one of the fibulas and tibias was found further away from the remains, and I believe a humerus was found further away from the remains, but that was essentially, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, the majority of it was found further away from the remains.
All right, in this photograph, what are we looking at?
This
Is
is,
it a tooth?
I don't think it's a tooth. I believe it's a bone. It may be part of the knee, but it's definitely not a tooth.
Okay, and to the next photograph, 14.24.
I believe that's the same bone from the previous picture with the scale, yeah.
Okay. The next photograph? And what are we looking at here?
Another foot or hand bone.
All right, and the next photograph? Same thing with the scale?
Yes, probably a hand bone, judging by the length of it.
All right, it's 14.26. The next photograph, 14.27. All right, what are we looking at here?
Those, I believe, are going to be hand bones.
All right, and you located these on either side of the torso, you had said?
Yes.
All right, 14.28. And that same one just with the scale on it?
Yes.
Okay, and then 14.29. What are we looking at here?
That is a fingernail with black nail polish.
Okay, so you found an additional fingernail the next day?
Yes.
Okay. 14.30. Same fingernail just with the scale on it?
Yes.
All right, and 14.31. All right, just generally what we're looking at here.
That's just an overview of where some of the remains were recovered.
All right, 14.32.
that is an overview of the majority of the site where the remains were found.
Obviously, it appears to me like a significant disturbance here. I mean, is this after?
That's it, yes.
All right, so this is post-search by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And so all of what we see kind of torn up here is stuff that you guys had gone through and sifted through looking?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to the last, this is the last one, 14.32?
Yes.
In all of the searching that you did there, both the first night and then also on the second morning, February 7th, did you locate the hyoid bone?
We did not.
Okay. From your observation, I know you're not a forensic pathologist. You don't perform the autopsies. Do you assist in performing them?
I do. I do the evisceration, which is essentially taking out the organs, weighing them, and then Dr. Terry is responsible for doing the dissection of the organs.
Understood. In a case like this, where it's skeletal and the organs are not present, do you participate in an autopsy of those?
Yes, we do still call it an autopsy. However, it's different because there are no soft tissues or organs present. So for skeletal remains, what we will do is lay them out in anatomical order, make sure everything that is there and see what kind of recovery you have. If we have a partial recovery, if we have a full recovery, we check every single bone for any signs of trauma, any signs of disease, or any signs of issues, essentially.
And I understand, as the forensic technician, you are not the individual who makes conclusions about causes of death and things like that, right?
Right.
However, from your observation of the remains, did you notice anything that appeared to be an obvious sign of trauma to any of the bones?
I did not.
Okay. Once you finished that day recovering the remainder of the bones, I think you said mostly the hand bones and foot bones, and what did you do with those remains?
Those remains were treated similarly to the ones from the night before. They were bagged, labeled, taken back to the medical examiner's office by myself, and placed into a locked cooler.
Okay. Now, that's February 7th. Did you participate in whatever autopsy could be done with Dr. Terry of these remains?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what day or how long after that autopsy occurred?
I'm not entirely sure. I believe it was February 8th. We may have started February 7th that night, but I don't recall exactly.
Was it shortly after the remains were recovered?
It was, yes.
And what was your role in that particular autopsy?
My role was helping Dr. Terry check for trauma, laying everything out in anatomical order, and making sure that they were clean. That's part of our job, is cleaning the bones to make sure that we're not missing anything, such as a small scratch or nick, I guess I should say, from a tool or something like that.
Firstly, I think those are all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Your Honor, I know that I handled whether or not to object, but I was hoping that Mr. Dobbins could do the cross.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I don't believe we've met. My name is Kyle Dobbins. I represent the defendant. You have named out a pretty significant list of bones that were recovered, and then you have said that the hyoid bone was not recovered. Were there other bones not recovered?
There were a few, I believe, a few hands and foot bones that were not recovered.
You know if the patella or the kneecaps were recovered?
I don't recall, honestly.
Is there anything significant about the hand or foot bones not being recovered?
There is not. It's not uncommon for such small bones to not be with the rest of the remains.
Okay. What would you attribute that to?
Either animal activity, weathering, or we just didn't. They're so small that we just didn't catch it, even though we did a thorough search.
The hyoid bone being missing, would you attribute that to animal activity or foul play?
Animal activity, for sure.
Okay. As far as the gun that was located, do you know how far away that was from the remains?
I know that it was in close proximity, but I don't recall exactly how far it was found. For our investigation, it wasn't significant, so we did not measure from the remains to the gun.
I need one more.
Sure.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the state? Okay, all right, Ms. Drake, maybe or Mr. Okay, thank you very much. Does the jury need a break now, or you want to start on the next witness? Y'all been going about an hour and 10 minutes. It seems like nobody wants a break. Okay, go ahead and call your next witness. Standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. You could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. I'm Detective William Merkley.
I'm going to take those from you. Those photographs.
I'm currently employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And what is your position with the police department?
Right now, I'm a detective with the Special Victims Unit.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Special Victims Unit for a year, with Gwinnett County for 5 years.
Besides your 5 years with Gwinnett County Police, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
And have the whole time of your 5 years with Gwinnett, have you been post-certified, meaning you have full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes, that is correct.
And when did you start in Special Victims Unit?
I started in Special Victims in, I believe it was April of 2023.
And before April of 2023, what were you doing for the police department?
I worked 4 years as a uniformed police officer out of our West Precinct.
What area is the West Precinct?
The area covers Norcross, Peachtree Corners, parts of the city of Lilburn, mostly bordering with DeKalb County.
And as a uniformed patrol officer, what were some of your duties?
I would conduct traffic enforcement, respond to calls for service, go out on self-initiated activity, area checks.
When you say self-initiated activity, what does that mean?
Traffic stops, suspicious persons, stopping and talking with local residents, making sure everything is all right, see if they have any concerns.
And specific calls for service, how do you get the information on what calls to go to?
So if it's called for service, a 911 call is placed to our 911 center. The call taker gathers information, relays it to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will send usually the unit assigned to that area out to respond to the call.
And back on January 27th of 2022, what was your position with the police department then?
I was working still uniform patrol out of West Precinct.
And I know you said the West Precinct. Is there a certain area or neighborhood that you get assigned to, or are you working all that area?
Mostly just that specific precinct. Our area would change from shift to shift.
But you could be anywhere in that full precinct.
Correct.
Did you get dispatched on January 27th, 2022 for a call at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Was it January 27th? July 27th.
July, my apologies. July 27th. Thank you. So you got dispatched on July 27th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the nature of that call?
That was a theft from a vehicle call.
And Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender a 911 call. We have a certified business record from the Gwinnett County 911 Center, and that is for call number P220800600. That's for Gwinnett County Police Department, case number GP 220060902, and that is a certified business record.
What exhibit number, Ms. Matucci?
27.2 is the business record certification, and 27 is the disc.
Thank you.
No objection.
Yes, that was my next question. All right, 27 and 27.2 are admitted without objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish the 911 call?
Yes.
Hello?
County Police, hello.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, can I get an officer? I should have called an emergency. I'm sorry. Can I get an officer just to do an inter and auto report, please?
To do a what report?
Inter and auto.
Okay, what's the address?
It's 3258 Windscape Village Lane in Sterling Glen Apartments.
What apartment is?
It's E, but I'll be standing outside.
And your name, please, sir?
Miles
What's your last name, Miles?
Bryant.
And what's your phone number you can be reached back on, please?
678-891-8632.
And what kind of vehicle is you got, please?
I'm sorry?
What kind of vehicle do you have?
It's a truck, black truck.
Did they break the window? How did they get in?
No, ma'am. I think I left my door unlocked.
All right, so you get a patient. We'll get somebody out there as soon as we can. What's the name of the
All right, thank you so much.
complex? What's the name again of the apartment complex?
Sterling Glen.
All right, we'll get them out there as soon as we can, sir.
Thank you.
And Detective Berkeley, that 911 call, is that in reference to the call that you got dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And while you were a patrol officer, did you wear a body-worn camera?
I did wear a body-worn camera.
Can you explain to us how the body-worn cameras work? How do they come on?
So our body-worn cameras have to be manually turned off and turned on and turned off by holding down the center action button. When we go back and review the data, there's a date and time stamp that appears. For some reason, our department has chosen to put the time in UTC time instead of Eastern Standard Time, so there's a 3-hour difference. The time on our body cam shows 3 hours ahead of what the actual time is.
What is UTC time?
I don't remember the exact phrasing. I know that that's what our body cams record in.
I understand that. So is there, do you know to change the time when you look at the time on your body camera based on you knowing it's in UTC time?
I'll know that when I'm reviewing my body camera, I'll know that I'll have to take 3 hours off that time to know that that's the time that timer is recorded.
And do you record every call you go to?
I do, yes.
Is there any way for officers to go in and edit or delete or change that footage?
No, once the body-worn camera is turned on, that footage is stored on evidence.com. The only one who can restrict access to it would be, I believe it's Corporal Ogroski, who runs our body cam unit. Even then, it would just be restricted. It wouldn't be deleted off or edited anyway.
And that day when you went to this call, the 911 call we just heard, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Have you had an opportunity to review the body cam video that you had on that day?
I did review the body cam.
And I'm showing what's marked that states 27.1. You could take a moment and look at this.
Yes, ma'am, this is my body cam.
Are your initials on that?
They are in the top right.
Okay. Did you initial that?
I did.
And And you watched the full video?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you watched that video, was it a true and accurate recording of your body-worn camera from that 911 call we just heard?
From the call of service, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time your paper states 27.1.
No objection.
27.1 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, permission to publish 27.1.
Yes, ma'am.
What's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Bryant.
Y'all probably getting slammed, I'm sorry.
No, you good?
Yeah. Man, sorry. So, yesterday, I don't know what time, man. I went running around here. I did a bunch of stuff yesterday. And I came back, I went to the store and everything. I had it at the store, and I came back, I went running everything, and then my girl was finna leave. I was like, I ain't got my wallet. I don't know where my wallet at. So I can't find my wallet. And then this morning, I worked Doorville. I was getting my dry cleaner. I got to work tonight. And then I looked on my floorboard, and the my Glock 19 holster is on the floorboard. And my Glock 19 is always together, you know?
Right.
So, I hate to say, I think I left my thing. They ain't smashed the window or nothing. I fucked around, left my door unlocked. The biggest, I know, man. I get on people all the time. I take the inner auto report. But I just want to at least put that, on GCIC.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It was in there when you went to the store last night, correct?
Yeah, it was. I don't know.
You know?
I don't know. I looked down this morning and saw my holster. I said, I can't find my wallet. My holster's there. My gun and holster is never separate. It's we the people conceal holster. If I take it, I take the holster. I don't carry it free. So that's definitely missing. You want me to get a serial number for you real quick?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry about that. And if you run my tag, I'm a registered owner. I don't have my wallet, so I have my ID on it.
No, that's fine. Do you think your wallet was in the truck as well, or?
I think so, because I didn't. The pants I had on yesterday, I took it in the house, looked through all the grocery bags there. I only went in the house, and I came out here and I ran around in there. But I'm the courtesy officer here. And then last night, when my girl got back from, we did something. We came back. I drove around a little bit, and I needed to do patrol anyway. I drove around a little bit, see if I could find it. I didn't see it. It was dark anyway, but.
Okay. Either way, I'll list it in the truck just to say it's on our report.
Yeah. I don't really care about, the detective stuff like that. I just want to get on GCIC at least. Some person get caught on the side of the road with it,
No, I got you.
Yeah. Y'all getting slammed?
Honestly, no, not really.
West side moving, boy. My lieutenant in the guard is Soto. Lieutenant Soto. She works in the on West side. I think she works night.
And everything's just standing on the Gen 5?
Yeah, standard. I got a TLR, I think 7. There's a little small light on it.
Small light on?
Yeah. That's it though, Jet. No red dot, nothing like that. I don't really care. I have 1,000 guns in there, but.
That's fine. No markings, gradings, nothing changed, no back plate?
No, nothing sexy. Nothing sexy.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
And then wallet, anything special about a wallet?
The only thing on it, can you list, at least in the narrative, that I have my military ID in there? Because if I can't find it and it don't come up, I'm going to have to go. They need, they request a police report for military ID.
That's fine. Any debit cards, credit cards?
Yeah, debit card stuff on there. I check it, none been used. I've been using my Apple Pay, but none been used.
Okay. How many debit cards?
I got Navy Federal debit card, Navy Federal credit card, and Chase debit card.
And then driver's license?
Yeah, military ID. That should be it.
No cash?
No. If it was like $10, I don't know, a few dollars, it wasn't nothing big.
Trust me, I'm the same way. I don't carry cash on me.
Yeah, I don't carry cash. I carry maybe like $10 just to have cash, but I hate cash. I got the little, it's like a little money clip wallet, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the little card holder with the clip on the end.
Well, like a generic black, brown, or was it name brand? Black.
Literally black little card holder. Like a little rich, like a wannabe rich wallet, you know? The cheap version.
Like $10 worth?
Yeah. It wasn't nothing expensive. The main thing is just getting that gun.
Okay. Do you remember what you paid for the gun?
Man, I bought this gun so long ago, man. I got the Blue Label, maybe 300, you could say. You know, I don't know how much the Blue Label is nowadays, you know. $3.99 maybe.
I was gonna say, you out before the pandemic, you got a good price on, because I know they're
Yeah, it was
like...
before, it was a long time. I went up there in Ed's Pawn Shop over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something up there in, what the fuck is that? Sparto.
Yeah, no, I got
County, I think.
Oh, you drove far then?
Huh?
You didn't just go to Davis Gun Run? Off Beaver Highway?
I didn't live over here then.
Oh,
I used to
okay.
live with my mom. I just really moved over here to get a courtesy officer spot, you know.
No, I get that. Yeah, let me get your kid's card, man. I'll get that put on.
Appreciate it, bro.
So you think you left it unlocked?
Yeah. They didn't break the window. I had to, you know, if they got it like that, yeah. God. But it had to be when I was moving in and out, because I have a truck right here, and I backed it up right there, ran a little bit, I came out here, sat a little bit. I was just in and out all day, so I had to be somebody to quick, and I think they live in here, you know? Unless it's cuts all through here, like that cut back there. I get kids going to the pool all the time when it's closed.
Oh, yeah.
That cut back there leads to like behind that little Hispanic grocery store right there and shit.
Oh, yeah. We've had people actually rob the grocery store and come run through here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get calls here all the time, man, I know.
I was going to say, how long you been a courtesy officer here?
I'll say a few months now.
A few months?
Fairly new, yeah.
So it's decent for the most part. There's good people.
Yeah.
But you will get like, oh, someone's shooting a gun off behind this building.
Yeah, they call all the time. And I be like, I drive through, like, all right, you know. I don't even call it. Y'all be West Side and slam. Like, so working, I'll text them, like, y'all busy?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, we getting slammed. I'm like, all right, you know, I'm not just going to rather y'all come patrol with me, you know. So, people smoking all over there. Like, the pool been closed. I guess the county came out and did an inspection and the levels are off or whatever, so the pool been closed. And I was on the way to work when I was on Baywatch. And 5:15 of the goddamn morning, and people just partying at the pool. I said, it's 5:15. I said, hey. They just take off running. Bro, this, you know. But housing market too crazy right now. That's what I want, bro.
Trust me, I get it. I just got my house before everything
For real,
shot
man,
up.
y'all are the luckiest ones. My partner, one of the guys at work did too. He was like, bro, right before the pandemic, I got me one. And I'm glad. As soon as he got it, it risen.
No, it was January last year I got it.
Oh, for real?
It was like mid-pandemic.
Where you stay at?
All the way out in Winder.
Winder? That's not bad. Barrow County?
Barrow County.
Barrow County, Georgia.
Barrow County, quiet, land.
Oh, yeah. I want to go to the country, man. I love the country, bro. I hate the city, bro.
That's the thing. I used to live out this way. Like, I lived out here for the academy, lived out here for 2 years of the patrol. So I'm like, I can't do this shit no more. I don't want to walk out my door and say...
I ain't never lived in the country, but I love the country. I'm from South Georgia, man, so, you know.
See, that's the thing. I'm from upstate New York. Everyone's used to being, like, wide open. Like, you don't see your neighbor for a couple of days. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get this done for you, man. I'll get you.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, man.
You want me to wait here, or I'm going to go back inside?
If you want to go back inside for a second, I'm going to get everything typed in, make sure I get everything right.
You report now? Oh, okay, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, you give me the case card, you go today.
I'll get you the case card.
Yeah, you give me the case card for today. He was at the Quick Trip, the sergeant actually. He was at the Quick Trip, you know, right there by the McDonald's.
Yeah, Oak Brook Indian Trail?
Yeah. I was talking to him last night. He was like coming over to the county, man.
Come on, man.
Do my little quick lateral, whatever, from a part of the county.
Yeah, I think it's like a month now.
Just more shit. Hey, free bullets, why not? You know? Hey, what really sucks is my department, we just switched ammo. So I put, what's up, man? We just switched ammo, so I put the old ammo we had, they let us have it. So I put it, so there's fucking great hollow points in there, you know? Like, yeah.
Cool, and then the 678 numbers you? This 678 numbers here?
Yep, 678 891 832.
Cool. understand that. So that's case call for you? I usually explain it, but I'm pretty sure you understand how everything goes with it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, if you really think about coming over, now's a good time. Like, they'll put you on the road.
I'm on contract with them, so they said they sent me the mandate, you know, so.
Excuse me. If you need anything, hit me up. I'm more than willing to talk to you.
Hey, cool, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Hey, hopefully you find your wallet. It's not actually...
Yeah, I know.
Either way, it's going on there. All right, bro.
Cool, appreciate it, bro.
Hey, take care of yourself.
All right, Detective Merkley, you mentioned that the time on the body cam videos is about, you said 3 or 4 hours? Do you know which one?
I believe I said 3, but looking back, it could be 4.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of, if I showed you a copy of the CAD report, would that help refresh your recollection on the timing?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what a CAD report is. Does that say the call details for the 911 call?
It does. It lists the individual call number specific to each call that we go to, what units were dispatched, what time they arrived, what time they closed the call, and any information that they entered during the call, including vehicles, persons' identification numbers, people that were ran during the call.
Okay, and looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection as to what the time difference is?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 4-hour time difference.
4 hours. And what time were you actually dispatched to this call for this entering on a report?
I was dispatched at 10:41 in the morning. I arrived at 10:57. Then it shows that I closed the call at 11.
Thank you. And who was it that you met with for that report?
I met with Mr. Miles Bryant.
Did he identify to you where he worked?
He stated that he was the courtesy officer and pointed to the door of a marked police car that was parked out front.
What's a courtesy officer do?
A courtesy officer is an officer that works for a department in the state of Georgia. Usually as part of the courtesy officer, they work in partner with the complex they live in for a discount rate that the jobs for the complex could vary. The complex can ask them to close the pool in the summers, lock the gym, do area checks. It's specific to each apartment complex which the courtesy officer lives in.
Do your officers, yourself, and other officers at Gwinnett County Police Department work closely with the courtesy officers when you guys respond to calls?
Not in my personal dealings. However, some courtesy officers have called in complaints while away from their apartments.
And did Mr. Bryant tell you what type of vehicle he had that his items were supposedly taken from?
He pointed to a black 4-door F-150 backed in right in front of his apartment.
And was he able to tell you when those items were supposedly taken?
He was only able to give me a time frame. He wasn't actually to say when specifically his truck was entered.
I'm sorry?
He wasn't actually able to tell me a specific time. He just gave me a time frame of when he left.
Good. While we're waiting, I don't know whether the jury has a verdict or does not have a verdict. I will say to those of you who are present in the courtroom, there will be no reaction to a verdict or lack of a verdict either way. If you cannot remain silent when the jury comes in, now's your opportunity to leave the courtroom. I'll be glad for you to do that. Any reaction expressed out loud is you'll be immediately escorted from the courtroom and may be subject to being held in contempt of this court. Ready to go, ready for the jury? All right, officer, whenever you're ready, if they're ready.
All rise.
All right, let's have a seat. Good afternoon to you all. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Do you feel like that it is likely that the jury on continued deliberations will reach a verdict?
No, sir.
Let me ask you this. Has the jury considered the highest level of the offense?
Yes, sir.
Is there disagreement as to the highest level of offense?
Yes.
That's where your disagreement falls?
No, I'm sorry. It is not. That is not the case for the highest offense.
Okay. Does the jury agree on the highest level of offense, that the defendant is either guilty or not guilty?
Yes.
What is the verdict in that?
Not guilty.
Okay. So the jury has found the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. May I borrow the charge book for a minute so I can look at the verdict form? If you need it back to look at it, just tell me. Has the jury considered the second level of the offense attempted first-degree premeditated murder?
We did consider that.
Is there an agreement that the defendant is not guilty as to that offense?
Yes, sir. There is an agreement.
Has the jury considered the level of offense second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Is there an agreement that the defendant is not guilty as to second-degree murder?
Not guilty.
I have not asked you specifically, but are all of these agreements unanimous as to these levels of charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have one shaking his head.
Beg your pardon?
We have one shaking his head.
I'm sorry. My question, and I'll come back in. My question was, is it unanimous that the defendant is not guilty of second-degree murder? And I'm going, since there was it's my question. Is there an agreement on that level of charge?
Agreement with who?
Not.
Oh, I'd say not guilty on that.
Sir, ma'am? Not guilty as to second-degree murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That cleared that up, General? Has the jury considered the next level of charge, attempted second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Do you all find the defendant not guilty of attempted second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Each of you? Ma'am? Okay, I'm looking at you because I want to see, and if you disagree, just let me know, okay? Now, let's go back. We did not do this as a first-degree murder charge that I'm told you found him not guilty of. Is that correct? Okay, I see head nodding affirmatively. And attempted first-degree murder. Is that correct as well? Okay. Has the jury considered the charge of voluntary manslaughter?
Yes, sir.
Is there an agreement, or has the jury found the defendant not guilty of voluntary manslaughter?
There was no agreement.
No agreement? Is that the level of the offense at which there is disagreement?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, ma'am? All right. Would the state like the jury polled as to the first four level of charges?
No, Your
Or as to the level on which there's a disagreement? I think since we don't have a verdict, there's no reason to poll the jury as to that level. You agree, Mr. Taylor? I'm going to ask each of you this question. You just tell me, would further deliberations be of any value?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Do you all believe that the jury is hopelessly deadlocked with respect to the charge of voluntary manslaughter? I see everybody nodding their head yes. The court will enter a verdict of not guilty as to the charge of first-degree murder. The court will enter the charge of not guilty as to attempted first-degree premeditated murder. The court will also enter a not guilty verdict with respect to second-degree murder. And the court will also enter a not guilty verdict with respect to attempted second-degree murder. The court believes that the jury is hopelessly deadlocked with respect to the next level of charge, that is voluntary manslaughter. Is there any reason that the court should not declare mistrial at this time, General?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Court will enter and declare mistrial with respect to the charge of voluntary manslaughter. I want to say something to you. The jury, having completed the work as required by law and by this court, is discharged and excused with the sincere gratitude of the court. Judge Parham and Mrs. McMahon have asked me to tell you that you are excused from further service in this term. You do not have to report in August. You've done more than a share. I understand the personal sacrifices that each of you have made to be here every day on time, and specifically the sacrifices over the 11 hours plus in 2 days that you have spent attempting to reach a decision in this case. I thank you for your work, for your time, for your dedication to this case, because that is dedication to our system. That's dedication to our jury system and our effort to provide a fair trial for anyone who's accused of a criminal offense. Don't be frustrated or discouraged because you weren't able to resolve the case fully. It happens. You did exactly what the court and the attorneys asked you to do and what the law requires you to do, and that is to consider a matter on which reasonable minds can obviously have differing opinions. Okay? You did exactly what we asked you to do. You're released from the previous restrictions of discussing the case or from viewing social media posts or the video of the trial. And I bet every one of you want to go home and rewatch that right now. You can talk with anyone that you please, but you're under no obligation to talk to anyone whatsoever. I think some of the media have provided you with their contact information rather than besieging you once you leave the courthouse. That is not to say that you may not be met with questions and cameras. It is your decision whether you want to talk to anybody about any aspect of this thing. If you watch any portions of the trial later on or start reading social media posts, you're going to find out that there was some information that the court, and when I say the court, I mean me, that I excluded from the trial of this case because I did not think that it passed the requirements of the rules of evidence. It was my call. I stand behind my decision on that because I thought that's what the law required me to do. But you'll be surprised when you do see that. It has been a distinct honor and a privilege to serve with you, each and every one of you, in this case. I'm proud of you, and I wish you the best. You're released. Officer Elam will help you get your electronics and any personal things you have there, and once you get those, you are free to leave. I think, have you already handed out excuses, or you have those? We got those to give you. Maybe yeah, Emily can, yeah, okay, can follow them in and hand out those. Thank you very much for your service. Once again, let's rise for the jury. All rise. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's be seated. We're going to give them a few minutes to clear the second floor, give them a head start at it at any rate. Is there anything you know of we need to do before we adjourn?
You know, we need an appearance date.
Yes.
I agree, Judge. And that appearance date, we would like to serve notice now, we file a formal motion. But we would ask the court to consider reinstating the bond in light of this and the amount of time. And I understand that the state is going to, we'll talk about the status of the case when we come back.
We would definitely be opposed to that bond.
I understand. You filed your motion. We'll take it up on the next appearance date. Let me see what I've got. I don't have my book. I have the morning of July 2.
Judge, I will be with you on another case. I'll be with you on another case.
Oh, that day?
Yes, sir.
Is it at 9 or at 1 that you have?
It's at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Why don't we set? Does that work for the state as well?
That's for appearance on.
Yes. Well, if he files a motion for bond reduction,
Well, I need to know ahead of time before we have a hearing because I will have a witness from Alabama who will have to be here.
Mr. Taylor, can you?
I'll file a motion tomorrow.
Let's be ready to hear it that day. Then he's going to file the motion.
To respond and have no witness here.
I think if he files tomorrow, you've got. I think that gives you sufficient time. Do you think?
Yes, as long as I get it. Yes,
Okay. I hear you. Okay. July 2, 9 o'clock then.
Thank
All right, is there anything else we need to do? No, Your Honor. Anything else, Mr. Taylor? No, Your Honor. All right, we'll stand adjourned.